Hello, everyone. I did a dumb thing and forgot my password, and I could not get in. So I'm sitting there running through passwords in my head, trying to remember what they were. Finally, I hit the right one. This time I wrote it down. I usually write things like that down right away, but for some reason, I don't know why. I guess because I was determined not to use it. Hi, Harley. How are you? I guess because I was determined not to use Restream, so I didn't bother writing it down, even though I created an account. So I couldn't find the password. So luckily I finally figured it out. So here I am, a little late, but here. um. So yeah, um, I did make an announcement, which I think I posted yesterday, that I'm thinking about changing genres because murder mystery is not working for me, and I think it's not helping my depression. I need something a little bit happier. So I'm going to try romance. Not sure how that's going to work because I haven't written anything in the romance department in a long time. Oh no, surgery. Well, I hope your surgery went well and you're recovering fine. I've had surgery, major surgery, back in the days before they started doing this new outpatient stuff. I had my gallbladder out, and that I have a huge incision, and that took, well, I had complications on top of the normal healing time, so it took a lot longer for me to heal. I think it took like 6 weeks all told between the regular incision healing. I had to have a endoscopy because I got stones caught in my bile duct. It was a mess. So I know things are a lot easier nowadays, but I don't know if you had major or minor surgery. But even the major ones are becoming minor ones nowadays. But I didn't qualify at that point, so I had major surgery. So I know that can be rough. I hope you're recovering well, and hopefully you'll be fine and not have to have anything like that for a long time, if ever. Um, Major surgery is nothing to sneeze at. It was horrible. And then the complications on top of it. Like, I never do anything in a minor way. So, even if I had minor surgery, the new outpatient way they do it, I probably would have had complications with that too. Because I never do things the easy way. I don't know how to do things the easy way. So, as I was saying, I did do a video. I'm going to try a different genre. It needs reading, research. I need to read some because I haven't read romance in a while. So I need to see what today's romances are like. I need to find out how the best way to write them because I never really thought much about it one way or the other. I write little short snippets here and there, but never a full length. Well, for me, full length is about 50,000 words. I'm not I'm not a very long writer. Mine are mostly short, which is good because they go on my blog anyhow, and I don't need super long novels on my blog. A lot better if it's shorter. So, and I'm also trying again to see if I can find another way of outlining because I'm not an outliner, and see if there's a better way of doing it that might work for me because people tell me they do like bits and pieces of different kinds, like they don't just follow one. Hi, Greg. Nice to see you. We were just talking last night. I was surprised to see you in there. I couldn't remember if you knew about Funky's his stream or not. His stream for when other people are not streaming, he calls it, or something like that. So Yeah, I was just explaining to Harvey here that I'm switching genres, but I'm not ready to start really writing in them. I have a few ideas, but there are so many different tropes in romance. I mean, you can go, like we were talking last night, with you could go with robots and fairies and vampires and, you know, aliens and all of that stuff. There are so many different things out there. Oh, you've been on a stream before. Okay. I couldn't remember if you had or not. And I hadn't, it never got announced on here. And since he didn't announce it, I didn't announce it. So, because I didn't know how big he wanted his stream to be. So, I figured if he wanted people to know, he would tell people about it. So, I mean, people are slowly drifting over there. And, so he's gotten a few more people slowly. You said something about streaming today, and I looked for it, and then I couldn't find it, and I stayed up for a while, and then I said, no, I need a nap. And then Jen just tells me, well, he was on this afternoon for a little while. I said, well, according to YouTube, he wasn't. Maybe he wasn't on YouTube. Maybe he's on Restream. I didn't think about that. He used YouTube the other night, but he may have used Restream. Restream wouldn't tell me if he was on. That may have been. I was looking in YouTube, of course. How would I find? No, I think it shows up in YouTube. If you stream on Restream, it shows up in YouTube. I don't know. You go into romance. I am not big into romance. I have just made one exception with a short story. I haven't read romance in a long time, so I have to read a few of today's novels. I used to, when I was a teenager, I used to go through them by the ton, but of course back then, a long time ago, they were very tame. Today's standards are definitely a lot wilder than what I was used to reading. I don't know if it's the genre for me unless I try it. So I kind of like writing in whatever I feel like writing in. I don't like being pinned down to two genres in specific, especially since I write short stories and they could be in any genre. And I have written sort of fantasy like things, and I have written sort of sci-fi things and short stories and stuff, but they're not my thing. It's just that if it fit the prompt, that's what I would write. And since I write mainly with prompts, that's the way it worked. Now I don't know what I'm going to do now because I need to find ideas, and I'm terrible with ideas. It's hard for me to come up with them. I mean, I can get things out of my own life. So, and Harley says it was successful, though it was only the first, and it was minor, luckily, but still painful. Oh, I'm sure it was painful. Anything that cuts into your body is going to be painful. It's just that with the minor, compared to what they used to do with it, I have a huge scar from mine. No, it was only the first. So does that mean you have to have more surgery? I'm sorry to hear that. That's no fun. So if I were to choose a novel, Greg, I would not go to romance first. I am more into the murder mystery type or horror, but they're not as easy to write as you would think. And coming up with ideas on different um, ways of, killing people, and it's not easy. Yes, I am familiar with her. I've been on some of her streams. I haven't read anything. She writes the weirdest romance erotica horror. Vampires and werewolves doing doing business. Well, some people get into that. That's one way of combining it. As for reading that, it's not my thing. Because it gets in. I mean, I don't mind vampires and werewolves in a horror story. That's where they belong. I find it hard to believe in a romance story. But I know it's out there. I'm not saying it's not out there, but I know it's out there. I'm just not interested in it. Um, I'm looking more to write contemporary. I don't know about the erotica. I might go back to the erotica, but I would have to tone it down because my erotica was pretty wild. It was what the people wanted, but it's a little wild for if my kids were to happen against, to read it on the thing or something. It would be just too wild. So I don't know if I'll go back to erotica or not, but may end up better back there. I write better. I never had a problem writing that. Even though that's not the type of person that I would necessarily be or portray myself to be, writing it was, I could write it. It didn't bother me to write it, but I didn't necessarily talk that way or, any of the stuff that use in those kind of stories. So this is an experiment, and it may take a while before I get started. And it may take me forever to find an idea. I've been turning them over, not sleeping too well, and I've been turning them over in my mind. Oh, uh, no, there's a difference in erotica. What I wrote was fetish erotica, and yeah, only for certain people. And I know people kept saying to me, "Really, you, that quiet, shy little person, writes that kind of stuff?" Yeah, I did, and I now have deleted it all off my computer. And then if I go back into it, it won't be that. Definitely not that. There's a lot of fetishes out there. Someone like me should know about, but do. So anyhow, are you ready to start writing again? Are you taking a break from your writing? Are you doing another program thing, video, or what's your current plans? I got to turn some light on in here soon. It's getting very dark. If you're not writing romance first, what will you write? I still have my memoir. I have to redo it. So I've got that to work on. I work on it bits and pieces. Harley says, and yeah, as long as it isn't cringe like 50 Shades, if it accurately represents the community, it's fine with me. That's the problem. I haven't read 50 Shades, but by fetish erotica, I do mean probably much wilder than 50 Shades. But I haven't read it, so I can't really compare it. So I don't know for sure. But I was definitely, there's erotica, and then there's fetish erotica. And I don't want to get back into that. I had an audience. You know, I had a run of it, a long run of it, and but I'm not going back there again. I've had my fill of it. So definitely not going there. Greg says, I'm taking a short break from writing and will write a bit of code today. Okay. Got an email from the proofreader today just to confirm she got it. Okay, good. Oh, Harley says, don't read 50 Shades, I mean. Well, I haven't beaten my way to the store to get it, so I'm not in any hurry. I'm not even sure if it landed on my desk if I would read it or not. I mean, I know there's a lot of people that don't like that, and so I don't know if it's good or bad. I mean, I know I write well, and I know my erotica was well, and I had plenty of people that were quite happy with it, but it's not for the general public. It's for the wild people. Mm, yeah. So, Greg says he did a bit of work on chapter 6 earlier today by reading bits and pieces, and I had bits and pieces I had written a long while back. Oh, okay. Well, I'll be ready for it when you're ready with it. Marty says I'm still doing my 1K a day. Yeah, I don't have a schedule, and I don't work on like a certain amount. Like whatever I feel like doing is what I do. I learned long ago I'm not a goal setter or a goal follower, and it's easier for me to just do what I feel like doing. It takes a lot of stress off. If I have to say, "Oh, I got to write 1,000 words today," and I'm like, I don't feel like writing today, I don't have to worry about feeling bad because I don't have a goal. It makes things a lot easier. But other people need goals, so that's good for good for however you have to do it. We're all different, definitely. All right. Well, we should get our first because we're already 20 minutes in. Let's get our first stream going because I got new blog prompts to look at and see if I want to write for. So, all right. Oh, that won't work. Helps to find the timer. Timer. All right. I got it set for 25 minutes, and we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All righty. I will be back in 25 minutes. Yeah, I'm not a consistent person, so for me it doesn't matter. I'm much happier just writing when I feel like it. Takes all that pressure off. And I'm not doing it to live. It's not my writing job. It's not my job. I'm on disability. And I just write for fun. So I don't need, you know, goals and have to write so many new words a day or a week or whatever. I just write when I feel like it. And I have the ability to do that. If I depended on it for a job, it'd be a different story. But it's not my job, so I don't have to worry about that. So, okay. So I will see you in 23 minutes now. Hello, everyone. I didn't get much done because my neighbor interrupted me as usual. At least he didn't pound on the door during the stream when I wasn't muted. At least he waited till I was muted. We had an argument, and he's trying to tell me all these terrible things that are going on in the news, and I just don't want to hear it. I really don't. I can't do anything about it. I can't change it. I can't. And the news depresses me. So we had an argument. Anyhow, I should be it for the night for him. He brought me a gift. He brought me a bag of cherries, so can't totally complain. I love cherries. But I just wish he wouldn't keep doing that. I've told him over and over again, I don't watch the news for a reason. I see things online, I hear people talking. I don't need to watch hours of it on the television every day. I know we're in a bad place. I don't need to be reminded of that. Can't change it. Can't do anything about it. So, don't need to hear about it. Okay, so, how'd you guys do? Did you get anything? Hopefully better than I did. Harley says I got about a paragraph done. It's a slow start for me today. Sometimes we do start slow. Sometimes you just have to take the slow with the fast. I mean, it might be slow all night. You may have a hard time today getting up to a faster speed. Um, or maybe it's good you start slow and then you'll speed up later. Or it's just one of those days. That's why I said I don't put goals on myself because I don't like to upset myself. So, and Greg got a little bit done with his code. Well, that's good. So everybody got a little bit done. I looked up a few names because I am writing a short story right now, and I'm looking to try to maybe make it into a episodic serial with different episodes. So I was looking up names for either twins or triplets because I like the names to have some kind of connection. So I had to look. Two of them came to my mind off the top of my head, but I had to look up a few more if I decide to go with triplet. I don't think I'll go quadruplet, but I might go triplet. I haven't figured that out yet. Depends on my story. So everybody got a little bit something done. That's good. I still have to go back to Google and see what else is on there. I was in the middle of spelling a name that was a little rough, so I have to go back and check the spelling on that one and see if there's anything else that strikes my fancy. Because I already wrote the first piece. It's a little 100-word flash fiction, and so there's two names, and they're twins. Long lost twins. What other kind of twins are there? And then I thought maybe adding a third one that hasn't been found yet could add a little something to the story to make it last a little longer. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know. I usually write prompts on my blog, though. So I look to see what the new ones were with the dailies, and that's 3 words a day. See if anything there helps, get a story to come. So we'll see. Glad everybody got a little bit of something done. My neighbor hopefully is out of my hair for a while. He wanted copies made. I've become the library now, since, the library, I think they're open now, but he has to pay the library. So instead, he pays me by making me a shrimp dinner. So it'd probably be cheaper to go to the library. I know it's a lot harder to go to the library than it is to come next door. So, but ink does get expensive for a printer. So, and the use, they don't last forever. I don't want to jinx this one. I've had it for a while, but most of them break down so fast. You're lucky if you get one thing of ink run through it before it breaks down the way they make them nowadays. I've got a brother, and it's strong. I've had it for at least 4, if not 5 years now. Because I had it before I moved in here. So this one's been the best printer so far. Now it's funny, I didn't put that on, so it must have held it from the last time. Oh well, it works. So I don't know if nobody else showed up, I don't think. I'm showing another person on the counter, but it could take a while before they show up on the screen. That's the only thing I hate about it is how slow it is. Depending on what you're watching it on. If I go to my YouTube, shoot, I didn't even know it was on. Thought I had that muted. There's definitely 4 people. Somebody else is here. They may be lurking. They may be coming through. Maybe typing something. It's hard to say for sure. Start another sprint. Now it says 5. Oh, people are joining. Is there anything you guys need to? Yeah, I'm still dual streaming, Greg. I'm worried about the day they tell me, oh, you hit affiliate on Twitch, because then I don't know what's going to happen. Are they going to give me a problem because I don't want to be an affiliate? I don't want to be monetized. And that's what they're looking for, is just to get people to be monetized, so because they get a percentage of the ads and all that stuff. And I won't be doing that. And I want to stay dual streaming. I want to keep it that way. So if I'm monetized and I'm part of them as an affiliate, I'm not allowed to do YouTube at the same time. You have to do it. And it says 24 hours. I've seen people do it, come right off the Twitch and go right on YouTube. So I don't know what the actual rules are. I suppose if I hit that mark, they'll tell me the rules. But yeah, there is a super long delay on the comments. That's why I said there may be. It's telling me now I have 5 people. Yet either they're lurking or it's just taking that long for it to come through, which is terrible. I think Twitch is faster. Twitch seems to be much faster than YouTube. YouTube has terrible lag time. Which is a pain, I gather, on your end. Since I don't see it on your end, I have no way of knowing unless I happen to switch over to the actual stream on YouTube or Twitch. I don't know what's going on because I only see it from my point of view, which is fine from my point of view. I just don't know what is, going on for you guys, because I can't tell. So I don't know. All right, we might as well start another sprint. Since the last one, I didn't get to do much anything except argue with my neighbor. chances are I'll get started and and the people, whoever it is, will show up. That's usually what happens. So either I have to come back in or I have to ignore them until it's done and come back. So we'll see. So let me start another timer. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. See you in 25 minutes and 35 seconds. All right. Bye, Harley. Hope I didn't miss you. See you around. Hi, BC. Nice to see you again. That timer startled me. Sometimes they seem longer than other times. I know it's the same amount of time, but I guess it depends on how engrossed you are and what you're doing. I'm trying to write a short story and doing it in serial episodes by prompts. So I'm on the second one now, using the 3 words for the day, trying to fit these 3 words in, which is kind of hard because the words are similar. So it's kind of hard to get different usage out of the 3 words. Sometimes they have nothing to do with each other. Sometimes they're almost all the same. Like these almost all mean the same thing. So how do I, use 3 words? I have to spread them out somehow. I don't know. I have to think about it still. It's going to take me longer than just throwing a few things together. But they're poke, tap, and press. So they're all pretty much same sort of meaning. So, it's like poke yourself, press, tap. It's kind of the same. So, all right. So, BC's here now. Yeah, still dual stream. I'm not planning on being an affiliate, even though it's possible I could make it. I'm super close. I'm really close. But I don't want to be. I just want to. I'm not monetizing, so hopefully it'll let me dual stream since I'm not monetizing. They're not going to get anything from me. So they probably won't care, hopefully, about me. So let me alone and do my thing. Because I hate that to make separate streams. Because I have my people in here who aren't interested in Twitch. And I'd hate to lose them if I go to Twitch. And I don't have that many people in Twitch. Even though I have a lot of people following me, I never see them. Like they follow me, but I don't see them. I got 60-some people. I think it's 68 the last time I looked. But I don't see that many of them. So just a Twitch stream would be pretty small. Even smaller than this one is. This one's pretty small as it is. I don't have that many followers, which I don't get super upset about because I'm more comfortable in smaller groups. So it's not, I'm not bemoaning the fact that, oh, my group is so small and I'm not growing. I'm growing slowly. That's fine. Works for me. And I would prefer to just leave things as they are, dual stream. That way, I got people from both sides. And I can do a Twitch if I want to, if I ever feel I have enough people to, that would actually show up for it. Because, I occasionally get somebody to pop in, but most of the time they're just saying hi. So it doesn't do me a whole lot of good. All right. So, like I said, working on blog posts still. I have a few I haven't even looked at yet. I'm just working on the ones that I know already. I still have a few more to look at and see what I want to do. Probably should look at them because they're photo prompts, and I might be able to combine them with these words. And maybe sometimes I combine photos with words. It makes it a little easier. It's just one prompt than one post. Because I just hit the 500 mark on my new blog. 500 posts on my new blog, which I started a little over a year ago. So I do quite a bit of posting on my blog. Streaming. Get the words mixed up all the time. So, Greg, how about you? Still working on the bit of code, or you need some noodles right now? You eat a lot of noodles. So I understand they're easy to make. I don't blame you that. I ordered out. I had a cheesesteak today. I found somebody that actually makes them and they're not soggy. I hate soggy sandwiches. I finally found a place that actually makes a cheesesteak without it being super soggy when it gets here. And you play the chess game and wrote some code. You've been busy in those 25 minutes. I need something soft today as I went to the dentist yesterday and my mouth is sore. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I need to go, but I've been putting it off because if I'm going to move, I don't want to switch. I'm going to have to switch just about every doctor I have. Probably all of them, except for what the doctor at the facility can handle. I may not need some of the specialists I go to, but I have to switch, and I don't want to add new doctors to the thing. Only to find out I got to switch because I'm moving out of the area. If I'm moving out of the area, I still don't know for sure. I wish they would let me know. It drives me crazy not knowing. And it's been at least 4 weeks since my interview, which it sounds like if I have the interview, I got a good chance of getting in, the way I understood the lady, but she didn't come out and say, yeah, you definitely have a place. So I can't say for sure. It sounds good, but I don't know for sure. So I got moving hanging over my head. And, the different things of when you move someplace. I know they have Wi-Fi, but will the Wi-Fi be good enough to stream on? I do know this place has private rooms, so at least I don't have a roommate to deal with. So I'll be able to, if the Wi-Fi is strong enough, stream. So I don't want to get too involved in anything right now with my future hanging over my head, not knowing what it is. So I'm just kind of trying not to be impatient, but I'm an impatient person. This is driving me nuts. My daughter just keeps telling me, you gotta be patient, Mom. You gotta be patient. They'll let you know when they know. I'm like, I wish they let me know now. Like, how long do you need? How long do you need? Really? How many people are there? I know there's a lot of people trying to get into these assisted living places. So I can only imagine they have to, what's the word I want? I was going to say winnow down. I'm not sure if that's the word, if that's a word or not. They have to, you know, weed out the people they want to keep. And after you get to a certain point and get the interview, you're pretty far along. But still, I don't know if that's a guarantee that I have a place. The fact that they interviewed me, they took all my, my medical, they took my financial. I don't know if that means anything or not. So my nerves are a mess right now because I just want to get it over and done with. This transition is never easy, and I'm not good with change. I know that bothers a lot of people. I'm not the only person in the world that has a problem with change, but she drives me crazy. So, Greg says, I am impatient sometimes. Like every time I send a chapter to my proofreader, I'm thinking about it a lot until I get a reply. Well, at least you know with me, you usually get a reply pretty fast. I don't know how long she takes, but if if she does it a lot of people, she might take her a lot longer than it takes me because I'm the only one. You're the only one I'm reading. I think I said that backwards. You're the only one I'm reading right now, so it's not. Besides books, I mean, there's. But I mean, as far as somebody's work, you're the only one whose work I'm reading right now. So, believe it or not, we've been on an hour and a half. Excuse me. Hmm, hard to believe. Hmm, not going to be hiccups or not? I haven't decided. She is busy. She can take weeks. So you get, an idea from what I send you ahead of time. And then you can wait for whatever I don't know what she does. Whether she does more than just read, proofread, or whatever. I'm another set of eyes, let's put it that way. I'm sure I caught quite a few things that, she's going to catch too, so. And I may have missed a few. I'm not perfect. And nobody is. And that's one thing people keep reminding me about editors is they're not perfect. And they can make mistakes. Mm. that's quite a that's quite a career change. Proofreading professionally and then changed careers and became a psychotherapist. That's a big change. Big, big. I can imagine as a psychotherapist, she's pretty busy. And how many people she proofreads, I don't know either. Your comments were only about typos and stuff. Do you have any thoughts on the story? Well, I don't know what you. I mean, I have a rough idea of your story, and the story's going along fine. Keeps me interested. Um, at first, I was having a real problem with the other language at first, but I'm getting used to that as being part of it, and even picking up on some of it. So, you know, but as far as other things, I don't know. My grammar is old. I haven't had grammar since I was in school, which was a long time ago. And so, I'm not sure about grammar. So, yeah, most of my comments were just typos that I saw or things that just didn't sound right, or maybe the tense was wrong. Sometimes you had a few tense changes. Whether they were typos or actual tense changes, I don't know. Um, but tense changes are something I do all the time myself when I'm writing. Forever getting my tenses mixed up. Start in one way and end up another way. But as far as what editors do, I don't do all that, of course. I mean, that's what Melanie did, and I've got a whole page, 2 pages, I think, just on my little memoir. She's working on the book and fixing that instead of sending all that to me in a written form for me to fix. She's just fixing it as she goes along, which is nice. It's nice of her to fix it for me, and I trust her to do that. So, but it's like she'll say, editors can be wrong too. Proofreaders can miss things. None of us are perfect. That's why you need several sets of eyes on what you write. And I don't know exactly what a proofreader does or doesn't do. To me, proofreading is looking for typos and stuff like that. I don't know if there's more to proofreading or not. Because I know Melanie offered proofreading as one of hers, and I don't know exactly what it entails. Oh, yeah, it's moving along fine. Story's great. It's moving along fine. I understand. I was a little confused at first with the bit with the kids. That that was a little confusing, but now that we move further into the story, it's about FOMO. I understand that, and his training to be a master. So there's a lot of setup and establishing characters. I was worried some readers might have issues with the pacing. I know people keep talking about pacing. Um, I wouldn't say necessarily that there's a problem with the pacing. I mean, I think it's moving along just fine. Yeah, no, I don't see any problem with it. At least I don't have a problem with it. I mean, you're probably going to have some people like me who are a little hesitant about the new language there. So that's a possibility. You know, they may be a little hesitant, but for the most part, it seems like it's going great. And like I said, I'm starting to pick up parts of the language because it's weird. Some things that I expect a word to mean, they don't. I'm like, Then another one I look at, and it's exactly what I think it's going to be. So I don't know. But you say it's based on a real language, so I don't know. I don't think there's a problem with the pacing. I'm curious because I've been reading it, and I kind of like to get a little bit more. But I know that writing a book like this is a big gamble. Yeah, but it was ultimately written in an attempt to promote the language. That's where you might run into a problem if they're not interested in learning another language, which is one of my first things when you talked about it. I was not sure that I was gonna be interested, but I think it's written well enough that it's not a problem. And I am slowly picking things up, but I think you're gonna have a smaller audience probably. Oh, I could be wrong. I mean, look at all the people you're getting in your um, languages for the computer and stuff. The code you're writing and stuff like that. So I saw it. I was just on your thing, and you had what 400 and some people or whatever. So yeah, you're moving along pretty good there. You found a niche that people are interested in. That was interesting, Master Capro, and the way he handled the trial. I'm not sure I would have come up with a thought like that, but really he was really good. I mean, after I couldn't figure out what he was getting at first. Afterwards, though, when it was done, I'm like, wow, that is really that was really good. So you had to obviously have thought that out on your own, which is pretty good thinking to come up with that whole idea. I thought it was pretty good because these guys thought they had it made, but the master was so much smarter than they were. And I'm not sure I would have been that smart. I mean, like I said, I thought he did really. I wasn't sure what he was doing at first, but then I thought, wow, that was a great way of handling that. And both guys ended up, in an effort to get themselves out of trouble, just managed to get themselves both more in trouble. So instead of getting, out of jail, they ended up with jail time. Still, maybe not for life, but they did end up with jail time because, they were trying to blame it on each other, which as humans we do. And, he took that and showed that he was smarter than they were and got them to come out with the truth. So I thought that was pretty good. Yeah, well handled. The only thing now that I'm thinking back on it, they were talking about how backed up he was. They only spent time and a lot of time on the one trial. And then they jumped into another subject where they showed them the different um, tricks, so to speak. So there may have been a little bit of confusion there where because you went on about how backed up and, you really made a point of that. But then when it actually happened, you just had one trial and that was it, and then moved on. So maybe that would have been one thing you might want to think about. Either don't emphasize that, things are so bad that he's so backed up, and then, just do one trial and move on to a whole nother subject. That may be something to think about. I have to get better with this kind of stuff, doing critiquing, because Garrett Laurie wants me to be on his critique program, and I have a rough time with critiquing people. Strigo and Fomo left the courtroom. Maybe I should have mentioned that Capro stayed for the next case. Yeah, that would definitely, because you made such a thing about him being backed up and having all those cases, and then, that was the end of it. So, yeah, something should be put in there about that. I definitely believe that would be a good idea. That way, if you caught in your mind that he was so backed up, you would expect him to be working on more than one case. 'Cause I'm sure he could handle more than one case. Hi, gibberish. I didn't go to school because it was canceled. Yay! How are you all? Well, there you go. School was canceled. Still like a young kid. Still happy when school gets canceled, huh? Hi, Laura. Reading more of the writing craft book, The Magic Words. Interesting. Is that about anything in particular or just magic? Because I know you're learning how to write middle grade. I just started reading Romancing the Bee because I'm thinking about, well, I made the announcement that I'm going to switch to romance, but I have to read some romance novels and I have to read some stuff on writing them. So I got a ways to go before that. It's about middle grade. Yeah, okay, and young adult. Okay, so I'm sure there's a difference in how you write them compared to adults. Chipper says I just started the middle grade book. It's so good so far. It's a series. Yeah, I could said even as an adult, I enjoy middle grade. I mean, I love Goosebumps. I don't know if that's middle grade or not, but I love Goosebumps. And I'm certainly not, a kid anymore, but I enjoy it. So it's possible for adults to enjoy middle grade as well. Laura's getting ready to start a series, a horror course. What else? Mm. Hi, Melanie. How are you? Just had what? 3 people arrive at the same time? Yeah, 3 of you just arrived at the same time. Of course, horror. What? As I said, what else would it be? It'd be wasted on anything but horror. You're so good at it. Melanie says, I'm good. Mentally exhausted, but not in a bad way. So that's good. I know, having been through that, I know it can be a mentally exhausting, depending on the day. Some days were easier than others, some were harder. I probably have good and bad days all through the whole thing. Everybody's saying hi. Is that 4 or 3? I don't know. I just had a bunch of you arrive at the same time. Greg and I were talking about his sci-fi novel he's writing that I've been reading. So we did a lot of talking about that. And it seems like, I don't know, the timer just seems to go so fast. It's like, I just got started. What do you mean it's time to stop? That's one thing. That's the one thing that bothers me about writing on streams is I'll be in the middle of something and then the timer goes off, and it's like, not now. It's like, not now, please, not now. Melanie says, by the way, I'm glad you weren't in the path of Ida's remnants yesterday, Tessa. Oh, I just heard that there were some really bad areas got hit near me, but we weren't hit. Not gonna lie, I was panicked when I turned YouTube on and saw parts of New Jersey were in a tornado emergency. I was just told by someone there were 5 tornadoes in the state, and they were kind of close to us. Um, I haven't heard anything that hit us that close, so close enough to be worrisome, but thankfully they didn't hit us. Laura said, excited for the long weekend, going to get so much planning done for this book. Well, that's good, and I hope that works out for you. I don't know how many times I've made plans only to have them totally disintegrate, What I thought I was going to try and do didn't get done. So you're going to try and outline it. So you're going to outline book 1. And this is the plant lady, right? Melanie says, that's awesome, Laura. Yay, I get to enjoy an extended weekend finally. Haven't had that since Memorial Day. What's coming up? I'm probably missing something. What's coming up with extended weekend? Which oh, Labor Day. Okay. I don't have kids in school anymore. I don't worry about Labor Day. When they were in school, I had to pay attention. Laura says, yep, plant lady, book 1. That's cool. Greg says, I'm European when it's Memorial Day. Memorial Day is the last Monday in May. Melanie says, I found out that my husband and I were invited up to his mom and stepdad's trailer out in Port Clinton near Cedar Point over the weekend. I hope that's a good thing. I mean, it sounds like a water area, going by the names. And Melanie just agreed with me on Memorial Day. Yeah. But yeah, we're going to go up there for the day on Saturday and hang out with his stepbrother and his girlfriend. Enjoy some grilled food and wine. Sounds really good. Greg says to Laura, some Poison Ivy type character. And Melanie says, yeah, it's on an island. I figured it had to do with water. Going by the names that you mentioned, it sounded like it would be something to do with water. That's cool. I like being near the water. I don't like to go in the water, but I like being near water. I find water soothing. Just don't want to be in it. Yeah, I forgot it was Labor Day. Oh, it's Lake Erie. Yeah, I don't want to go on the water either. I don't blame you. Laura says, nope, a carnivorous plant disguised to look like a human woman and eats children. And I remember she writes horror, so. She's going to write some pretty gory stuff. I mean, it's kind of like, watched it a million times, and I can't remember the name of it now. With the Venus flytrap. The movie with the Venus flytrap. That ate people. Oh, gee. Yeah, Lake Erie. You're pretty far up then, if you're near Lake Erie. Greg says that's awesome and totally awful. Laura says she wears perfume to mask the smell of rotting meat. Yes, Little Shop of Horrors. Yeah. I used to watch that movie all the time. There's very few things I'll read or watch again, but Little Shop of Horrors I've seen many times. Also, Rocky Horror Picture Show. Rocky Horror Picture Show? Rocky Horror? I don't know. That's what's coming to my mind. I don't know if that's the right movie or not. How clever, Laura. Yeah, definitely smell. Sounds spooky. And she only eats children and not adults. She doesn't care about the adults. She only wants the children. I guess they're sweeter meat. Audrey. That was the name of the plant. Yeah, middle grade horror book. Kind of like what you would find in Goosebumps, I would guess. I just had, I don't know where it was I saw them on, but I just watched every single one I could find. I had read some of the books, but then I watched all the movies. So excited to start drafting it. You blame Goosebumps for your obsession with horror. My obsession with horror was because of Stephen King. We didn't have Goosebumps when I was a kid. I read Goosebumps as an adult, but it's still just as. I mean, I still enjoyed it just as much as an adult as I. But my obsession with horror came from Stephen King. He was my first person that I read. I like Dean Koontz. I like, I can't even think of some of them. Melanie says I played the old Escape from Horrorland video game on my computer when I was in the middle school. That underground troll was terrifying. Oh, wow. Seems like Goosebumps chapters are about 1K words. Mine might be longer with fewer chapters. Melanie says, yes, Stephen King too, of course. Greg says, reminds me of a scene in the prequel to Silence of the Lambs. They are having dinner and Hannibal Lecter is asked, what is the meat? He replies, I am afraid if I tell you, you won't want to try it. I got that one. Yeah, definitely got that one. Melanie said also the Babysitter series by R.L. Stein was big in junior high. I remember that one, but I don't think I read that one. I remember hearing about it, I remember seeing it, but Melanie's sister Greg, I love that. Yeah, he's got a real point there. I'm afraid if I tell you, you won't want to try it. uh, I saw quite a few of the Secret Silence of the Lambs. Melanie, this reminds me of season 1 of the American Horror Story when the crazy old lady feeds fried. I don't know if I should say it to a pregnant lady who's going to give birth to a demon. Oh man. I don't think I've seen that either. I'm getting hungry again. I don't know why. I just ate a whole cheesesteak. I don't know why I'm hungry. Shouldn't be hungry. I guess because we're talking about food. At least I suppose it was a cheesesteak. That's what I ordered. I hope that's what I got. Hmm. I guess we could do another sprint. We've got 2 hours left. Yeah, we have 2 hours left. Okay. Let me start another sprint. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I'll see you guys in 25 minutes. All right. Looks like Jen showed up. Hello, Jen. Who else did I miss? I see. Oh, Nikki's here. Hi, Nikki. And Sable Arabia is here, lurking. A writer I didn't know. Nice. Have to shoot off, but looking forward to meeting you next stream. That's from Sable. Oh, I missed that one. Guess they're gone. Ah, Tinkerbell. Hi. Oh, what did we have? A raid? I just realized an awful lot of Twitch people here. Of course we had a. Of course we probably had a raid while I was busy on my sprint. Let's you see when they hit. All right. So I don't know how. I guess I got to go back pretty far. All right, gone. All right, I got that far. The lettuce raid, Leonites, Dolly Writer. Hi, hi, Jules. Glory writes the blues. Lettuce raid. Nice to see you, Glory. Rating from Cat's channel. Okay, I couldn't remember who was lettuce. Cat's lettuce. All right, I know who Orange is. Thank you, Cat. Carrie's here. Hi, Carrie. Megan's here. Hi, Megan. Cat's here. You've been rated. Hi. Thank you, Cat. We got Megan. Tinkerbell. I got there. Sable, who's gone. Then Jenna popped in. Then Nicole popped in. And, okay. Everybody's asking how everybody's doing. No, Melanie did absolutely nothing productive. Played bingo because my mind is mush. Can't say I blame you. I did write a story and finished the second part to it. So I'm getting ready to add a third part to it at this point, I think. It may not go for long, but a couple, they're daily sprints, so, word prompts, so I like to use them and write a episodic story. This one looks like it might work out a little bit, so I might keep it for a little while. See how far I can go. If I get any more ideas. I'm really bad with ideas. Melanie says, doing great, Jen. Just tired. How are you? Nikki says, hi. Which I think was up there too. So hi again. And Jenna says, I think I am mush tonight too. Just here for the chat. Well, you guys. All of you with mush brains. Gibberish did nothing. Well, that doesn't surprise me since you usually read, if anything, or nap. I'm good at the nap part. You and Melanie do really good with the napping part. Laura's back. She was still reading. Shanna says, hey, Jim. Shanna says, hi, Laura. How are you? Megan said, yes, we raided you while you were gone. I came back to a raid, yeah. Laura says, time for sleep. Read for an hour and a half. Read for an hour and a half. I'm tired. Melanie says, hi to the Twitch writers. Melanie says, Carrie, hey, neighbor. Laura says, stay awesome, Tessa. Night. Night, Laura. Thanks for coming. Melanie says, good night to Laura. Everybody saying good night to Laura. Melanie said, naps equal life. Well, guess I blame you there. I took one today too, so I just can't take one now. I kind of have to be awake for this. Though I have fallen asleep. Don't get me wrong. It's happened before. Trying not to do that again. It does happen though. Especially when I don't get a nap in the afternoon. I couldn't stay awake this morning. My aide was here and she kept looking at me. And I'm sleeping. I said, I'm sorry. Do whatever you have to do. Don't worry about me. So Melanie says, Carrie, hey neighbor, I gather you two live in the same state? Melanie says, I nap from about 6:15 to 7:30. And I'm still asleep all night because, yeah, mental exhaustion. Hmm. Nikki says, I'm having my live stream tomorrow night at 7. Well, tomorrow night, I'm usually on Charlie's. So I'm not sure if I'll be by or not. Sorry, Nikki. It's possible, but I'm not going to guarantee it. I don't stream hop usually. Melanie says, very close by. Just haven't met in person yet. Well, that's cool. You live that close together. You might be able to meet in person. That's pretty cool. I haven't met anybody. The closest person I know of is Tamama. Tamama's in North Jersey. I think she's the closest person to me. But I haven't seen Tamama. I saw her the other day in Charlie's stream, but I haven't seen Tamama in a long time. Well, that was a surprise. I'm almost always not here when it happens. Oh, I was here when I got the hate raid. I happened to be here when I got bombarded by nasty people. I happen to be older, so they called me an old hag. I'm like, thank you. That's really nice. Oh, boy. Or I can switch it. Oh, crap. I forgot. I think I'll switch it to Saturday night. Well, Saturday night at 9 is mine, so whether I'll be awake before I have to stream, I don't know. But at 9 to 1 a.m. is mine. I don't know if too many people in here are looking for streams earlier. I'm finding that they're looking later, especially if they're in California. That's like tonight. Jen comes late because she's in California. So I don't know how many of you guys are still writing. I know most of you have mush brains, as I've been told, and are here for the chat. We have an hour and about 25 minutes left. Melanie says, I think I'm going to read some nonfiction in the next sprint. Well, that's a good idea. At least you're doing something right. I have to, since I decided to try switching to romance, I have to read some more. Because I haven't read romance in a long time, so you have to see what goes with romance. I found one web page had 101 different tropes for romance writing, and there are like aliens and vampires and different kinds of monsters, and I'm like, nah, that doesn't do anything for me. Greg says it's time for backups. It's time for the backups. Jana says I am going to eat dinner soon and relax here. Going to bed early tonight. Yeah, I get up at 6, so tomorrow I'll be going to bed around midnight, and then 6 o'clock I'll be 6 hours later. I'm dragging myself out of bed. So Melanie's going to read. I just sent a copy of Chapter 5 to another beta reader. Okay. Melanie says, yeah, I just need to unwind a bit. Time for backups. Okay. I think I got all the comments. So, we'll start another sprint. I got to figure out exactly how to write this third piece, this story. I don't know if there's going to be more than 3 pieces or not. I had to do a little research to see if this is possible before I wrote the story. Excuse me. So let me set the timer again. 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. A little bit written. Not much. An idea where I want to go. Nikki says, I changed my live stream to Sunday at 8. All right. Heather says hello. Jenna says, hi, Heather. A lot of happy birthdays. Yeah, I sent mine through Instagram earlier because I didn't want to forget. I said I'd rather be early than late, so I sent it early today through Instagram. Heather is asking where Jenna messaged her from. Instagram. Don't even worry about it. Thank you, Melanie. It's tomorrow, actually. Jenna wants to know if she's streaming to celebrate. Oh, you have the same birthday as my brother-in-law, Melanie says. He's turning the big 3-0. Heather says, only, I was just looking for your message and didn't find it at Jenna Writes Romance. Oh, well, that's not her. Yeah. You don't use Jenna Writes Romance, do you? For Instagram? I know that's not what I use. Jenna says you have 2 accounts, right? Heather says I did stream today at noon. Nikki says happy birthday early birthday to Heather. Melanie says I'll finally be able to make it to your streams next month, Heather, when I don't have daytime obligations for a little while. Heather says maybe that's what it was, Jenna. Maybe you sent it to my other Instagram. Jenna says I probably did. I saw the 2 of them, but they're not that similar. Maybe you didn't see the other one. So I didn't know if I had her or not, so I went looking for her and I found the 2 of them. Heather says that's cool, Melanie. Heather says thank you to Nicole. Heather says wait, that's my email. My site is heatherdeweypettit.wordpress.com. I just changed 2 of mine to .wordpress.com because I'm not paying anymore for domain names for the 2 older sites, just the new one, because I still have time left on that. I don't know if I'll be able to afford it when the time comes. So, but for now, that one's still .com, so I just changed 2 of them back to .wordpress.com, the free version. Melanie says, I actually finished the first chapter in one of the nonfiction books I got from the library last weekend. It's DBT for Dummies. It's so fascinating. I'm such a psychology nerd. I have a DBT workbook somewhere around here. I don't know what I do with it. Probably find it when I start packing. But my last therapist was going to help me with DBT. She wasn't certified in DBT, but she said we can go over certain parts of it that I know about. And she had a book, and she said bring in your book and we'll use that and go over it. So I do have it somewhere. Pretty sure I didn't get rid of it. Let's see here. Jenna loves DBT. Melanie says to Heather, if you message me from your website link on Insta, I can post it here because I has the wrench of power. Power. It also gives Tessa a laugh when I do that. Hey, it's a good thing Funky had it the other day when I blocked him by mistake. I didn't mean to. I couldn't undo it. He had to go in with his wrench and undo my blocking him. Talk about weird. Jen says I did it like 3 times. Melanie says, I'm in it now. I love how simply it's taught in my group. Yeah, well, we were going to start it, but that never happened. And then I lost my therapist, and now I have to find another one, and I don't know what's going to end up happening because it means starting all over again. I want to take it as a refresher every so often. Nicole says to Heather, I'm going to send you a message on Instagram. Heather said, sounds good to Jenna. I'll do that. Oh, Tessa, I've been meaning to tell you about a writing craft book that I think will help you with outlining. It takes the process of outlining, but really breaks it down piece by piece. I gather that's it up further up. I don't have Kindle Unlimited anymore. I'd have to buy it. I was paying a ton of money and not reading the books, so it was costing me a ton of money for books I never read. So the ones I really wanted to read, I bought, and I just got rid of Kindle Unlimited. All right. So I need to write that down as something to look up. I don't think I've heard of this one. The 12 key pillars of normal. I'm having such a problem finding something that works for me. Because take your pants off. That was a total disaster. I know someone recommended it to me and they loved it, but it don't work for me. I couldn't even finish reading it. It was a waste of money. C.S. Locke. All right. Yeah, that's what I'm reading right now. K.M. Weiland's book on outlining. I don't have, like I said, I stopped with the Kindle Unlimited because I was paying a ton of money and I wasn't reading. Okay, you can still get the ebook for $5.99. Yeah, that's probably what I'll end up doing. I think I wrote it down. May have to ask you again if I can't find it. I'll ask you again. I'm pretty sure I wrote it down right. But yeah, Cam Weiland, I'm reading her book on outlining right now. I gather somebody asked what DBT was because here's a description from Melanie. Yeah, because there's CBT and DBT. Melanie says, I crack up every time you say that. Take your pants off title. Well, I can't help it. That's the name of the stupid book. Because the way you say it's like, what do you want me to do now? Exactly. Take your pants off and now what? Interesting. Jenna says it's generally used to treat borderline personality disorder, Heather, but works for a lot of people. Yeah. Well, I have borderline personality disorder for sure, which is why I was suggested to get the book, which I did, but we didn't get very far before I lost her. So I got the book still. I mean, I could read it myself. Right with Melanie says to Jenna, explained it a lot simpler than I did. Thanks for having my back, Jen. Jenna says, I'm very familiar with it, Melanie. Yeah, I'll have to find. I'm sure it's in my bookcase. It just means getting down and looking for it. I'm still trying to figure out what type of outlining will work for me. I'm not talking about DBT right now because I'm really not familiar with it because I didn't get very far in it. So I don't have any real knowledge of it, so except that I know what it was for because we got it for that. Um, but yeah, I'm trying to find because I had people tell me that a combination of some different outline methods may work better than just one kind. I know the snowflake method is interesting, an interesting way of doing it. Combined maybe with something else might work. Oh, now I got the hiccups. Oh, goody. Melanie says I can also use this as research for my psychological thriller trilogy. Yeah, really, right? Especially if they got mental issues. Mainly borderline personality disorder. For the longest time, I thought I just had bipolar disorder. And I didn't realize at first until I think the first time I went in the hospital, they told me about the borderline personality disorder. And I'm like, wait a minute, because I'm reading the different things and I'm saying, you mean all the things I have aren't from my bipolar? I just assumed they were all part of the bipolar. I'm like, no. Borderline personality disorder has its own things. So I have a combination of the both, and I just assumed they were all bipolar. So I learned that much about it, and that there's a lot of personality. Borderline. There's a lot of personality disorders besides the borderline. There are so many different kinds, and I'm looking at them. I'm like, well, I got one from this one. There's a couple over here, and some from this one. It's like, great, I've got all these personality disorders. Yes, Melanie, why not? Kill two birds with one stone. Also, this takes multitasking to a new level. Learn something in your therapy and apply it to your books. Well, that's a good idea, really. You're learning things firsthand, so good idea. And I'm trying to move away from that type of thing because it's depressing the heck out of me. Not that I've gotten anywhere with romance stories, believe me. It's not. When you don't have a lot of ideas, it's hard. I don't know how you do it, Jenna. Come up with so many books, one after the other. It's just like, I can't even come up with one right now. You can do your best writing while in therapy, in my opinion. Melanie says, don't be too hard on yourself, Tessa. This is a whole new ball of wax you're tinkering with. Yeah, I know. Tinkering is a good way of putting it, too, because I don't know if it'll become anything or not. But it's the one I'm trying now. Because I just don't, I'm not feeling the mystery murder and having to come up with all that gory stuff. And it puts me in the dark side too much. And I need to get out of the dark right now. I can't handle the dark. I have to get out of it. So. Melanie says to Jenna, for sure, because of that time. For that time, you're more clear-headed. And Jenna says, I don't know how I do it. I just sort of see the plot playing in my mind and run with it. I think it's great, Jim. I see Megan struggling all the time, and I know how she feels because I feel the same way. I just can't come up with ideas. I can't find them, and I don't even know how I came up with that book. I mean, it was a bunch of prompt stories that I threw together into a story and took some real life, because that's real life in there too. And took some real life and plopped it in there and came up with a story. And Greg says, are you looking for an idea for a romance story? Do you want help? I need help, but I'm not sure I need the help you guys were trying to give me last night. I'm not looking for aliens and fairies and elves and whatever else was coming out. I want real contemporary stories. If you have some contemporary ideas, then fine, but I'm not working on elves and stuff falling in love. I got a thing. It's 101 tropes, and it's like aliens and robots. They were talking about robots last night. I'm like, oh my god, you got to be kidding me. Um, Nicole says I'm working on a new story right now for a reading app. My story is called "My Kidnapper, My Savior." Jenna says Stockholm Syndrome. Nicole, I think I spelled that wrong. You might have, but I'm not sure. Melanie says I love that title, Nicole. Pretty good. Then it was Funky who said elves last night. One of you came up with elves. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Jenna says, I think you should come up with a basic story test. A second chance romance is always a good one. Second chance, yeah. I always think about that when I think, oh, what if I run it? Because I always had that storyline. And in real life, I ran into somebody from my grade school years, back when I was in elementary school, a few years ago. And I'm thinking, wouldn't this be funny that after all this time we get together? Because we were boyfriend and girlfriend back in grade school, and then I moved away. I thought, wouldn't that be really cool? He turned out to be a real jerk. So much for that one. Not that I can't take that idea and maybe run with it, but. And Melanie says, that reminds me of a joke a local radio personality said the other day. He was talking about how he hated the idea behind school spirit. He hated high school in general. Yeah, me too. Whatever it might be, just think on it, and I'll bet the characters and plot come to you, Jenna says. Heather says, well, my long story has a lot of fantastical creatures. Now, there's nothing against the fantastical creatures, but they're just not my thing. I don't care for fantasy. So it would be kind of silly for me to write fantasy thing, which I would consider that a fantasy romance, if they're about fantastic creatures getting together and falling in love. He said school spirit is like Stockholm Syndrome. I was cracking up because if you think about it, Nicole says to Jenna, no, I have two main characters, Liam and Claire. Claire is being abused by her boyfriend Cass, and Liam sees it and goes and kidnaps her to rescue her. Interesting. I know I'll be adding more fantastical elements to KOTW. When I get ready to write the trilogy, what I'm publishing next week is the prequel. Oh, okay. I'm also going to add a dungeon to the castle. Jenna says, okay. Greg says, I will be offline for a bit, bathroom break. I will think about an idea in the meantime. Okay, great. Thanks, Greg. Right with Melanie says, love that idea, Nicole. Jenna says, see you, Greg. That is an interesting way of handling it. Yeah. Kind of interesting. You could also take the basic idea from your former story and focus on the romance. My former story, the two that got married used to be just lovers. He was married and she was his girlfriend. And then his wife divorced him and she married him. Now things aren't so perfect. She thought everything was going to be perfect if she married him. But as many women find out, the romance you have with a married lover is not what you get if you marry him. Nicole says she'll be right back. Okay. So change up some elements and make it a kissing book. It's a good idea, Jen. I hadn't thought about that. There is a lot of background there that I based that book on that maybe I could. Nicole says to Melanie, thank you. Hmm. It's a good idea. I mean, the thing ends up being, I mean, it has a happy ever after. So it has the requisite happily ever after. Right, Melanie? Or didn't you get that far yet? I mean, it has the happily ever after. Um, you know part of the story. I don't know how far you've gotten with the editing. So you know part of that story. Part of that's real. Part of that is based on real people. One of which being me. Um, do we have time for one more sprint? Yeah, if I start it now. I don't think you're going to write a super lighthearted romance, right? You have a lot to offer as far as emotions and angst. That's the best part about romance. Yeah, I can't imagine it being super lighthearted. My fantastical elements are more in the background. At the center of my story is my main character's personal development. There are also mysteries to be solved. That's from Heather. All right. I read the whole thing earlier this year for development. So I'm familiar with this. Yeah, well, it's a little different now because they changed it up. Um, a lot of it's the same, but I did change a lot. Melanie says to Heather, love character development, one of my favorite things to work on. All right, let me get the timer started. We got one more. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Ah, Melanie, so I see what you mean. Jenna says, my new book starts with a funeral. Time to sort through these emotions. Yeah. I hope it helps. Be one way of getting it out. Work your way through them. All right, I'll be back. Okay. Looks like Greg's been busy, 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 busy. Oh my goodness. Alright, so Jenna talked a lot about her technique, and I'm still working on Unsettled, but I got further in it. Um, I'll have to continue reading, obviously. That's another one I have to finish up. Plus, I started a Kennedy Fox, so I gotta watch and finish reading that to find out why they're so big. I'm not impressed so far with what I've read, but maybe it gets better. I was thinking about what we were talking about with the second chance and the fact that I had run into somebody that I had been, we were kids, boyfriend and girlfriend with. And I could, even though it didn't end happily ever, I can make that a happily ever after story. So I can use that one as a possibility. Just change, things around. So Nikki's back. Melanie says I've spent most of that sprint setting up tomorrow's Whole Foods delivery order. Get discounts if you're an Amazon Prime member. Worth it. Shanna says nice. Greg says I got a story idea for a romance. And then he says Stephanie works in a flower store. Guy walks in and she finds him very attractive. He buys roses and her heart sinks. Nonetheless, because she likes him, she makes the best bouquet ever. Next day, the guy walks in again and compliments her attention to detail. He says he needs a decorator. Would she like to do the job? She cannot do it because she fancies him, so she says yes. The guy is rich and he brings her to a mansion. He says the room has to be done up for his mother. Over time, she finds out more about the guy. His mother's no longer alive, and he has asked several women to do this room up over and over. She freaks out. Eventually, the guy says that being rich means he can never find a woman who really loves him. His late mother was a decorator. He can see what a woman is really like by how much she cares when she decorates. He hadn't lied to her. He promised his mother he would redo her room once she passed away. He brings Stephanie for the first time to his own bedroom, which is beautifully decorated. You can use your imagination as what to do next. Wow. Interesting, Greg. You put a lot of thought into that one. Interesting theory. Okay. Heather said that's good to know about Whole Foods to Melanie. Melanie says, oh, Kennedy Fox. I'm familiar with those books. Haven't read them yet, but I used to follow one of the authors here on Authortubers. Yeah, it's the two writers. Whitney Project is the one of them. And Brooke Cumberland. I don't know if she's on YouTube or not. They've never actually said, and they never actually did anything together. Courtney does hers either with Brooke Passmore or on her own. So far, I don't see what the big hype is about them. But like I said, I just started the book, so I can't really say that it won't get better. I'm just not impressed so far. And I know they're writing books by the tons. I mean, I know they're, famous and all that stuff. I just don't get it. But maybe I'll get it later. Melanie says to Heather, for sure I'm getting somewhere like 27 items for just under $60. It'd be way more expensive at Giant Eagle. Yep, Melanie. I was editing my book chapters. I'm submitting to my critique partners. That's cool. So Heather got something done. Writing wise, I'm not the only person writing a little bit. Well, working on something in a writing. She's editing at least. Jenna says, yeah, the Courtney Project and Brooke Cumberland, who I don't think is on YouTube. I don't believe she is either. Yes, that's them, Jen. I know Courtney was for the longest time. Not sure if she still is. No idea about Brooke. Um, Courtney just came back on. She was devastated over the loss of her father, and she hasn't been streaming, but she's back now. She's trying to get over it, so she's having a rough time. I watched her. I was crying through her video when she was trying to talk about it. Yeah, I used to go to Courtney's marathon sprints. I like Courtney. I used to kind of beta read for Brooke when she wrote on her own. They're both really nice. Yeah, I never met Brooke, but I know Courtney from seeing her all the time, here. I know they know the formula, obviously, because they're well known. They're piling the books out, and they're just they've got like an assembly line of books coming out. But the one I read has not really done anything for me yet. That doesn't mean it won't. I'm still in the very beginning of it. So, I'm not going to say, oh, they're terrible writers because it just hasn't caught my interest yet. Doesn't mean it won't catch it. I just haven't gotten past, probably haven't got past the first chapter or two yet. So we'll see. I got a couple of theirs I can read. Melanie says, I can believe it. I've seen her in the chat on Courtney's streams. She was always sweet and welcoming. Yeah, Courtney was very broken up by the death of her father, and she said she just couldn't do anything till now. And it's probably been 5 months now. It was 4 months when I saw the video, and she was still crying, and I'm sitting there crying and crying. I thought, oh my gosh, because I have my father's in the same position, and he could go at any time. He's 89 years old. He had a stroke. He has dementia. He's in a nursing home. And, I keep waiting for that phone call. I'm going to be broken up too. So I want to cry now. All right, stop. Cut it out. Just cut it out. You didn't go anywhere yet. So stop crying now. Bad enough I cried all through Courtney's video. Yeah, her video definitely made me cry too. Oh no, I know she'd been taking care of him for a long time. Yeah, and now she's trying to take care of her mother, because her mother really needs her. Jenna said Brooke was good on her own. Yeah, see, I didn't know Brooke. I only know Courtney. Like I said, I don't remember Brooke ever being on any of Courtney's, videos or sprints or anything. So I've never really met her. Or if she was, it was in the chat. I think she was in the chat, but I don't think she ever was on screen. Yeah, it was a very heartbreaking video, for sure. I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts, steely do. There they all are standing in a row. Big ones, small ones, some as big as your head. Oh, I would never have to do this with... What? Just trying to lighten things since Funky's not here to do it. Yeah, we missed Funky today, that's for sure. I knew he wasn't going to be here tonight, so he told me that. So. Oh, heavens forbid. Yeah. I'm still a little teary-eyed from that. Between her thinking about that video and then thinking about my own dad and what I'm going to do when that happens. Heather says, I didn't make a video about my mother's passing. I wonder if that would have helped me. Well, she didn't do it for 4 months. I don't know what she did right after he passed, but at 4 months, it was still she was still in tears. As she tried to explain how it devastated her, and she was trying to get her life back now. And she had to take care of her mother, so, yeah. Molly said The Lion King when Scar's holding Zazu hostage. Never watched The Lion King. Molly says I knew Jen would get it. Big hugs. Jenna says I think the same thing, Heather. Not that I really do videos. Heather says that was hilarious, Melanie. Jenna says they released books, I think. That had to be so hard, though. Yeah, I think she said she kept up with the books, but her heart wasn't in it. And she's ready to get back into a more semblance of a life. So I didn't see it when it first happened. If she posted the video, I'm not sure. But it was 4 months after the video I saw, and she was still really torn apart, which had me crying. I'm sitting here, I don't believe I'm sitting here crying like this. Oh, Funky came to your stream today. That was nice. He said he was going to have one today, so I was looking for it, but I never found it. I still can't find it, so I don't know what happened. Jenna says, how did she do it? I couldn't write nothing. I couldn't write anything for like 2 months. Well, she probably had to, because she knew that her partner needed her. Though I think she said something about her partner would have understood, but she didn't want to let her partner down. Mel says, all right, y'all, I need to start winding down for the night. It's great hanging out for a bit. Hearts and hugs to all. Take care of yourselves. Same to you, Melanie. Thanks for coming. Talk to you later. Oh, boy. Yeah, so that day, my mother was hard, but what's really going to be hard is my dad. Because my mother was the first one, and she was half in this world and half in another world anyhow. Now my dad's in the same position, half in this world and half in another world. But he's 89, and he's the last one. He's the last parent I have left. And I think the last parent is going to be harder than the first parent. But I might surprise myself, and it may not be as bad as I think. And maybe I won't totally go to pieces. I don't know. I'm going to pieces now. It hasn't even happened. All right, let's see. All right. Heather needs to go to bed. Okay, good night, Heather. Thanks for coming. Jen says, I'm trying to see my dad more now. Life is too short. Yeah, you're right. I can't get there, and because of the COVID, we're not allowed in there anyhow. So even if I was physically able to get there, I can't. I'm not allowed. Nobody's allowed in there. They've got 3 or 4 cases going again. So nobody's allowed in there. They have to be negative for 2 weeks before they're allowed to do visitation again. And as soon as they get a positive, shut it down again. So they're shut down again. I think Funky had one. Yeah, Funky had one yesterday. You were there when I got there. He was going to have one today, but obviously didn't because I looked for it and it wasn't there. But you were there when I got there last night. I came late because I didn't know he had one. I kept looking every day. Never. So the one day I didn't look, he has one. I said, that figures. Funky's going to be doing them a lot. He wants to write all the words. Well, now that we've seen his face, I was shocked when he did that. He did. I was there for an hour today. It was 12:30 my time. Well, there's no record of it on YouTube, so where you were, I don't know. YouTube, it does not have a record of it. And he said he was going to. He should have been off by then. He was only going to. He was going to do it before lunch and then after lunch, which is at 12:30. He showed you his dog today. Wow. Yeah, when he put his picture up there, I'm like, he really did it. I didn't think he was ever going to show his face. Heather says, I'm trying to see more of my family. My older brother came to my stream and wrote with us. He's a technical writer at a power company. That's cool. The dog that rings the bell. The funny thing is, you get an idea of somebody in your head, and he wasn't what I was expecting. But after looking at him, I'm thinking, I can see it. I can see it. So, It was like, no, it wasn't what I had in my head because I had no idea. I mean, your mind makes up something, from things. But when I actually saw them and I start looking, I thought, yeah, I can see it now. That's funky. It just seems weird now because I'm so used to seeing that little hat thing on, Avatar, and it just was so weird to see his actual face. But I could see him. I thought it was cool. So maybe you can talk him into coming on stream with us that night. You're closer to him than I am. He looked a lot like you expected him to look, even though that picture he used for his avatar is pretty old. Yeah, I didn't realize how old it was until I looked at the two of them. Because I re-looked at the thing again to after we were finished and went back and put it on and looked at it again. And I'm like, yeah, I can see it, but yeah, that was quite a while ago. Yeah, I bet you can too, at least for a little while. Just tell me, he doesn't have to stay the whole time. But if he would come on, but I'd like to know so I can make up a thumbnail. And if he won't give you an absolute, then we'll just leave him off. I'm gonna put something up about it being in your birthday celebration, and that you'll be my guest for the night. And then if we can talk him into it, fine. If we can talk him into it, definite, I'll put him on there. If he doesn't want to be on the invitation, thumbnail, then I won't. He can just join us on the screen. So, and he can stay as long as he wants. But that would be pretty cool. All right. Good night, Heather. He could be the surprise guest if he shows. Okay, we'll do it that way. I'm going to put you on and say it's your birthday celebration. That usually gets people sometimes to come. And we might have a surprise guest. We might. Because I don't want to pin him to something he doesn't really want to do. Because I gather it's hard for him to show himself. It took a while. Look how long it took him to show us. So, and it was a small group. He knows us really well. So, but he doesn't usually come on Saturdays. So that's the thing. He may not want to stay long. He might just want to make a quick visit to say good happy birthday and then leave. So I'm going to make it for the Saturday the 18th, the day after your birthday. Yeah, it was just like that. I didn't know he was going to do that either. And at first I thought he was kidding. Then all of a sudden he appeared on screen. I'm like, whoa. But he wouldn't talk yet. He says, I'm not ready for talking. So he may not want to, if he's not ready to talk, he may not want to. Okay. I'll make up a thumbnail for your birthday celebration on the 18th. We'll leave at 9 o'clock. Is that late enough, or do you need it later? I mean, I don't have to get up the next morning, so if you want to make it a little later, we can always do that. It's up to you, whatever, because I know we're so far apart in time zone wise. What time do you want? Nine, my time is great. Okay, we'll leave it at the regular time. Okay, great. Good night, Heather. So on the 18th, we're having a birthday celebration for Jen. Then in October, I've got Melanie, me, and Gibberish. We're all 3 days. 1, 2, 3. In October. 10, 11, and 12. I don't know when my birthday falls. And sprints, of course. I know he's trying to finish a book and lots of chat. Well, we can run late because, like I said, I don't get up the next day. So if we run late, we run late. No big deal. Good night, Heather. And happy birthday. Greg says, I have been listening with one ear. Are you, Tessa, and Jenna going to stream together on 18th of this month? Yes, Greg, we are. Jen has a birthday on the 17th, and we're having a birthday party celebration on the 18th, which is the Saturday of that week at 9 o'clock, the normal time. And yes, we're trying to see if we can talk Funky into joining us. He has a new idea for a book too, but I bet he finishes the first one before starting it. He seems like the kind, if it's taken him 7 years, he seems like the kind that wants to finish one before starting another one. So yes, Greg, to answer your question, the 18th of this month, I'll create a thumbnail and set it up, and we will have a birthday party celebration. And then in October, I guess I'm doing it again for me, Melanie, and Gibberish, unless I'm not, depending on my move, of course. I don't know what's going on, but that'll be the plan. I don't normally do that for my own birthday, but it's not just me. Melanie's before me and Gibberish is after me. So, I don't know. Gibberish hasn't said anything since the very beginning. I'm not sure if she's still here or not, to tell you the truth. There's a couple people still here, according to Twitch, but I haven't seen anybody say anything, so they must be lurking. Just never signed off. Hi, Nikki. Still here, too. Okay. Greg says 7 years for a book. I hope it won't take that long. That's what he mentioned that the other night. You were there. He's been... Oh, no. It was the night we were all depressed, and he was trying to help us, and you said 7 years. That's depressing. Nikki says, I haven't said anything in a while either. Sorry about that. Yeah, I forgot you were here. You hadn't said anything. Tuna says, that's not rare, Greg. Mine took 6 years to publish. Mine took me over a year. It's not published on my blog yet, but it took me over a year to write it and get it edited, which I thought was terrible. I mean, I see these people turning out books every other month or so. I'm like, how can you do it? I can't come up with that many ideas. Jenna says, I'm going to head off and do the bedtime thing. I'll see all of you on Saturday. Okay, great. Thanks for coming, Jen. And I'll keep a couple of those things in mind. You and somebody else, was it Melanie that gave me the other book I'm supposed to look up? I wrote them down. I have to look for them. But I'll see you guys. Yeah, some people. Jessica Williamson has been writing forever the same book from what she talks about. I don't think she ever published anything. She just keeps talking about this book she keeps working on. No, Jen's took 6 years to publish. Funky's still writing, and he's at 7 years. He's still writing the same book for 7 years. It's amazing. I couldn't believe it when he said 7 years too. I'm like, 7 years. Oh my gosh. Same book. 7 years. Mine was driving me crazy. It was only a year. Oh my. Well, it's after 11. I'm already past my time, and I need to get up at 6. So I need to start getting ready for bed myself. I don't get enough sleep. I'm always wandering around in a daze. Forever. In a daze. I don't get enough sleep. That's why I'm napping every afternoon. If I don't have to get up and go somewhere. I canceled all my appointments because of the broken wheel on the walker. I'm not taking this old decrepit thing out. My foot feels better without doing all that exercise. That exercise was killing my ankle. So you haven't been around, Nikki, but I broke my foot back in April, and so I haven't quite recovered. The bone healed, but the physical therapy is killing me. And now that I haven't been doing it for a week or so, my foot's starting to feel better. So I think maybe the physical therapy is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. It's making the situation worse. Greg says, time to say goodbye. Was my story idea any good? Might give you some thought. It is okay if you don't like it. I don't know whether I like it or I don't like it. I mean, it's an idea. So, keep my thoughts on it as to how my thought was you were coming to the fact that he was coming back to the store was simply because he kept buying flowers, but he was buying them just so he could see her. That's what I thought you were going with that story, not where you went with the story. I do like the idea. Hi, Gibbers, you are there. Did you hear what I said? If I'm still around and able in October, since we have 3 of us with birthdays right in a row, we'll have a special night for our birthdays, the 3 of us, Melanie, you, and me. If you want. I mean, you don't have to get on or anything. It would be just in honor of you. You don't have to get, you guys don't have to get on, but, you know, in honor of the 3 of our birthdays, that, whatever. I don't know when my birthday falls. I have no idea. Thank you. You sleep well too. Glad you had off school today. Yeah, Nicole, it's been rough. I'm not recovering well. I was having trouble walking before I broke the foot. Breaking the foot at 65 is not a good thing to do. It's harder to heal, and the physical therapy is killing me. So, actually, like I said, your story, I thought you were going where you were going, is more like what I think might work than where you actually went. I'm not quite sure. That one kind of sounds more like a horror or paranormal or something. Really. I'll keep it in mind. So, yeah, I gotta go. It's almost 11:30. 6 o'clock comes awful doggone fast, and I won't be asleep until after midnight. So I'm gonna get less than 6 hours sleep again. Greg says horror. I guess you could write it that way, but it doesn't have to be. Good night. Well, I was thinking when you said, he promised his mother he was going to redo her room, and he was taking girls up there, and I'm thinking, oh, something horrific happened in this room, and he keeps luring them in to redecorate a room and then he, does something to them. So that's where my mind went with that. Maybe I am still thinking about, murder mystery, but that's where I went with that one. I like the beginning though. Coming in every day and buying flowers. She's disappointed thinking he has a girlfriend. Lucky girlfriend's getting flowers every day. And here he's just buying the flowers from her so he could see her every day. An idea. Something I might be able to work around. Alright, so I will see you guys another night. Saturday is my next sprint live stream at 9. So, hope to see you then. Good night.